talent has its own market, and pay is only one part of it. The real question is how demand, scarcity, and competition shape what companies must offer to attract and keep strong field engineering talent. Sizing this market starts with a definition problem because the number changes the moment the boundary changes. The point is to separate real demand from noisy headline figures. The growth figures disagree because each source is measuring a slightly different market. That mismatch matters more than the exact percentage because it tells you how fragile the headline really is. A market estimate is only as good as the titles, employers, and postings it includes. Once those choices change, a 729% figure and a 1,165% figure can both be directionally useful without either one being the whole truth. That spread tells you the category is still fuzzy at the edges. When a labor market is this new, the first question is not which number is correct, but what each number is actually counting. A useful working definition has to describe the job, not just the label. The moment you include adjacent titles like applied AI engineer or deployment strategist, the count changes because the work is similar even when the badge is different. The method comes first because the headline only makes sense after you know how the data was built. That is the habit that keeps a market-size claim from becoming a story without evidence. Every growth number hides a set of assumptions. Source pool, title filters, deduplication, remote counting, and role exclusions can all move the result in a big way. The first choice is where the search starts, because different sources surface different companies in different volumes. A narrow source can make the market look smaller than it really is. Title selection is just as important since exact title searches miss a lot of real activity. Broader title sets usually capture more of the market, but they also widen the definition. Duplicate removal matters because the same role can appear many times across reposts and mirrored listings. Without cleaning that up, the count inflates fast. Remote roles are another trap because one opening may show up across many geographies. Counting them once versus counting them by region can change the size estimate a lot. Exclusions also matter since internships and staffing vendors can blur the picture if they are mixed into the same dataset. Removing them gives a cleaner view of true full-time demand. And finally, the unit of measurement changes the story. Counting postings, counting companies, and counting mentions are three different ways to look at demand, so they never produce the same answer. That is why one report can sound explosive while another looks modest. The difference often comes from the search definition, not from any attempt to mislead. The real market shift is simpler than the debate around the numbers. More companies want engineers who can ship the deployment itself, not just wait on a central platform team. That changes the shape of hiring demand. At the buyer level, the pressure is clear. Teams want someone who can take a model from a polished demo into a real production workflow without a long delay from the core platform group. A useful snapshot groups the market by function instead of by one perfect title. The same underlying work can appear under pure FDE names, AI-focused names, delivery hybrids, or field roles that mix code with account responsibility. If you only count the narrowest titles, the market looks small and exclusive. Once the adjacent roles come in, the market looks larger, but also more fragmented, and that is exactly what candidates and recruiters keep running into. A concrete example makes the labeling problem easier to see. The work can be almost identical, while the organizational language around it changes from company to company. When every deployment depends on a central ML platform team, the customer often waits for a standard path that does not fit the actual environment. That delay can stall adoption before the product ever reaches real use. An embedded engineer changes the picture by working inside the customer context. The job is not just to launch something, but to connect it, monitor it, and learn from the failures that show up after launch. That shift is the real value, making the product survive contact with the customer's workflow. A demo provas possibility, adoption provas usefulness. A few terms separate a true FD-style role from the surrounding jobs. Once those definitions are clear, the market starts to look much less confusing. Role boundaries matter because this job is not just sales and not just back-end engineering either. It sits right where software, implementation, and customer success overlap. Customer embedding means the customer's environment shapes the code and the support model. That proximity is what turns a generic engineering task into field work. Production ownership is the real test. A demo that works in a controlled setting is not enough. The question is whether the system holds up under real usage and real constraints. Sizing the market is about estimating demand, not pretending there is one perfect count. The useful answer is often a range with a clear methodology attached to it. Title fragmentation is why search terms matter so much. The same work can hide under many names, and that makes every headline number sensitive to how you search. Base pay and total compensation are not the same thing. Equity-heavy offers can look very different from cash-heavy ones, especially in frontier AI firms. The way the dataset is assembled can dominate the result. A headline number is only as trustworthy as the search and cleanup behind it. For a job search, the practical move is to widen the net without losing the role definition. That means searching both exact titles and the adjacent language companies actually use. One keyword misses too much. The better approach is to search across the titles and phrases that show up in real postings, then read for what the role actually owns. That exact title is the clearest signal, but it is only one slice of the market. It catches the most direct matches and misses the adjacent labels. This variant usually points to the same family of work with a slightly different naming convention. The responsibilities matter more than the extra words in the title. Applied AI roles often sit close to customer deployment work, especially when the job includes shipping code and iterating on live systems. The title sounds product-focused, but the day-to-day can be field-heavy. Architect titles often signal design plus technical guidance, but they can still include embedded implementation work. Reading the posting matters more than trusting the label alone. Deployment strategists usually suggest workflow design, rollout planning, and change management around the technical build. It can be adjacent to FDE work even when the title sounds less engineering heavy. FDSWE is one of the shorthand forms companies use for the same embedded engineering pattern. Short acronyms often hide roles that are very close to the core FDE model. Agent engineer usually points toward building customer-facing AI systems, orchestration, and iteration on how agents behave in practice. That could be highly relevant to this market. Customer engineer is a broader field title, but it often includes coding, integration, and technical support close to the customer. The overlap is strong enough that it belongs in the search set. Technical account engineer roles tend to mix account ownership with technical troubleshooting. That mix can be very close to embedded delivery, depending on how much code the job expects. A solutions title becomes much more relevant when the description includes build work or code ownership. That is the clue that the role is moving from pre-sales toward real delivery. After the title search, the posting itself has to do the confirming. 3 signals are enough to tell you whether the job is really aimed at embedded delivery or just customer-facing support. The first signal is production ownership, the second is code shipped into customer environments, and the third is transparent compensation. When all 3 appear together, the role usually has real FD characteristics. Language like customer closeness sounds promising, but it is too vague on its own. If the posting never mentions code ownership, deployment, debugging, or operational metrics, the role is probably closer to solutions engineering than to true field deployment. Public career pages are useful signals, but they are still just signals. The market changes fast enough that a single company posting should never be treated as the final word. A listing from a major company can tell you what that employer values right now, but not what the whole market has settled into. Titles, headcount, and compensation all move quickly, so the safer reading is always provisional. That is why market sizing belongs in ranges. Narrow definitions shrink the market. Broader title sets expand it. Both are valid as long as the counting rule is explicit. For candidates, the question is even more direct. What kind of ownership is the job actually buying? That answer tells you whether you're looking at an FD-style path or a neighboring customer-facing role. When the role asks you to embed, build, and own production outcomes, it is probably an FD-style position even if the title is different. When the work is mostly support or coordination from afar, The path is useful, but the market signal is not the same. A simple sketch can help prioritize field work without pretending the answer is exact. The idea is to weigh user pain, business value, and feasibility against the time it takes to create the first useful result. This kind of equation is a conversation tool, not a law of nature. It helps teams compare opportunities when the real question is which problem deserves attention first. The numerator captures why the work matters and whether it can succeed. The denominator asks how long the team will wait before seeing value. Projects with strong pain, clear business payoff, and a fast first win should rise to the top. The point is to expose trade-offs. A hard technical project can still be the right one if the payoff is large, while an easy project can still be a poor use of time if the business case is weak. For someone searching, the fragmentation in titles can work both ways. It creates noise, but it also creates opportunity if you know which words reveal the right kind of work. The search needs to go beyond the FD acronym itself. Real postings use many different labels, so the best approach is to track both exact titles and the language that points to embedded delivery. Production deployment tells you the role is tied to real releases, not just prototypes. That usually means the person will have to care about reliability and operational detail. Customer environment suggests the code has to work in someone else's systems, with someone else's constraints. That is a strong sign of embedded engineering. Implementation roles often involve turning a general product into something a specific customer can actually use. They may be adjacent to FDE work even when the title sounds less technical. Integration work usually means connecting systems that do not naturally fit together. That could be a strong signal that the engineer is doing field-level problem solving. Evaluation matters because modern AI roles often need measurement, not just building. If the posting mentions evaluation, the team may care about quality in live use, not only in demos. Orchestration is a clue that the role sits above one model call and into the full workflow. That usually means more system design and more production thinking. Monitoring tells you the team expects the system to keep running after launch. That is one of the clearest signals that the job belongs in the deployment world. Debugging means the person will spend time finding why things fail in real conditions. That is a very different job from simply handing off a feature and walking away. Launch support shows up when the team expects hands-on help during rollout. It usually means the role has direct responsibility for making adoption happen. Adoption is the outcome that matters after the code ships. If a posting cares about adoption, the team is usually thinking beyond the demo and into real usage. Workflow automation often means the engineer is reshaping how a customer actually gets work done. That pushes the role toward business process change, not just software delivery. Experience requirements can separate a hands-on builder role from a looser customer-facing role. If the posting asks for coding skill, prior customer work, and a specific experience range, it usually wants someone who can operate close to production. A small checklist makes comparison easier because it forces the same questions for every posting. That keeps you from overreacting to title language alone. The goal is simple. Reduce the posting to a few concrete signals. If the same signals appear repeatedly, you start to see the real shape of the role family. The table turns the reading into a quick filter. You want to know whether the title fits the search set, whether the role ships code into customer environments, and whether compensation is stated clearly. When all three are present, the role is much more likely to be a real FD-style opening than a generic customer-facing technical job. The checklist is not perfect, but it is a strong, practical screen. The last distinction matters because counting and interpreting are not the same task. A strict title count and a broader behavioral count answer different questions about the market. An exact title search tells you how many postings use the name directly. An adjacent title search tells you how much of the market behaves like FD work even when the label has changed. So when two reports show very different growth rates, the right move is to inspect the method. Search boards, deduplication, and title inclusion matter more than the race to find a single winner. That distinction matters for what comes next, because pay tends to follow responsibility. The next step is to compare how compensation changes with company tier and why base salary alone can be misleading. Compensation changes a lot once the role sits closer to revenue and customer delivery. The useful question is not one salary number, but which tier of FD work you're looking at. Fast growth makes these numbers unstable, and fragmented titles make them hard to compare. A figure only means something if you know whether it's base pay, total compensation, or just a posted range. That framing is more accurate because the closer the role is to the company's core business, the wider and higher the pay band tends to be. It also explains why two roles with the same title can pay very differently. The rough pattern starts with a more ordinary market role near the low hundreds in total compensation, then jumps sharply for Frontier AI Labs, where equity and bonuses can push the package much higher. Palantir-style FDEs roles sit in a wide middle band, and the spread usually reflects level, location, and how the source defined the package. That question cuts through most of the disagreement. One source may show salary only, another may fold in equity and bonus, and another may publish the broadest possible window rather than the typical offer. These pay ranges make more sense once you connect them to the kind of customer problem, the amount of autonomy, and the product value an engineer can create. A compensation band is rarely just about the job title. It usually tracks how costly the deployment is, how independently the engineer has to operate, and whether the work turns one-off customer work into reusable learning for the product team. Those three forces explain why two people with the same title can land in very different pay bands. A role tied to a critical customer system, with little supervision and a strong feedback loop into the core product, is valued very differently from a lighter touch support role. Once those inputs change, the market price changes too. The label on the role stays the same, but the business value and the level of responsibility do not. At Frontier AI Labs, the work sits right next to high-stakes deployment and customer escalation, so the numbers climb fast. The upper tail can get very high when seniority, equity, and retention are all in play, but that is not the center of the distribution. Embedded deployment roles at companies like Palantir show a broad spread because the engineer is doing real field adaptation, not just handing off software. The important part is the operating model. Work with the customer, adjust in context, and feed what you learn back into the platform. For the wider market, that midpoint is useful as an anchor, but only as an anchor. It reflects a mix of vendors, enterprise firms, and early-stage AI companies, so it should guide your expectations without pretending to be a universal median. Pay attention to how each compensation signal answers a different question. That matters because using the wrong column can make a package look better or worse than it really is. A responsible reading starts with that split. One number can be useful, but only if you know whether it includes cash, equity, bonus, or just a limited slice of the offer. Each row points to a different kind of evidence. Base salary is the cleanest cash figure, but it leaves out the rest of the package. Total compensation fills in more pieces, but it still smooths over details like vesting and refreshers. Posting ranges and salary guides are useful too, as long as you remember that one is an employer's stated window and the other is a market estimate built from data. A wide posting band can reflect geography or seniority flexibility, while a salary guide can look tighter because it comes from recent accepted offers. Neither source is automatically better. The mistake is treating them as if they measure the same thing. Deployment value is hard to measure exactly, but a simple equation helps organize the judgment. The goal is to compare field problems by the size of the pain, the business impact, how feasible the fix is, and how quickly value appears. People often want a precise ranking formula, especially for roles tied to customer work. That precision usually is not real. So the useful move is to use a framework that keeps the discussion grounded without pretending the answer is scientific. This formula puts the strongest opportunities in the numerator: a painful problem, clear business value, and a fix that can actually be delivered. Time to first value sits underneath because a good deployment outcome should start helping quickly, not months later. A workflow that wastes hours every day touches revenue and can be improved in a couple of weeks scores well on all four parts. The point is not to compute an exact number. It is to make better comparisons and decide which field problem deserves attention first. Title fragmentation explains a lot of the pay spread. Different companies use different labels for roles that overlap in skills, scope, and customer contact, so the market does not price them as one clean category. That means you cannot compare salaries by title alone. A role with one label may look similar on paper to a role with a different label, even when the day-to-day work is nearly the same. This label often suggests a more hands-on, technical role close to the customer problem. In many firms, that can mean real coding and real ownership, not just coordination. Adding the software engineer label usually signals deeper engineering expectations. Employers may expect stronger implementation skills, so the compensation band can move higher. This name can lean more towards scoping, guiding adoption, and translating business needs into a rollout plan. The work may still be technical, but the emphasis shifts towards strategy and coordination. Applied AI signals direct work on models, systems, and production use cases. Because AI work often touches both engineering depth and business impact, that title can sit in a higher pay range. Solutions engineer adds the customer-facing and implementation side. The role may still be technical, but part of the value comes from helping a client get from interest to working deployment. Customer engineer usually points to a blend of technical support and client interaction. The more the job depends on explaining, adapting, and solving in front of customers, the more the role crosses into hybrid territory. A solutions architect can sound high-level, but implementation duties change the economics. Once the role owns design plus delivery, the scope broadens and the pay often reflects that wider responsibility. Field engineer work can range from pure support to highly technical product work near the edge of the company's offering. The closer the role gets to product decisions and complex integration, the more compensation tends to rise. That combination is the real driver behind the pay difference. When one person is responsible for both solving the technical problem and carrying the customer relationship, the role carries more leverage and usually commands more pay than narrow implementation support. Compensation often reflects why the role exists in the first place. The pay band starts to make sense once you understand the job as a bridge between a customer's immediate problem and a product that is still becoming more general. An FDE grew out of a business need to place someone close to the customer when the product is strong but not fully generalized. That person has to solve the real issue on site and also turn what they learn into something the product team can reuse. That is different from consulting, where the goal is usually one account delivery, and different from product engineering, where the goal is a broadly useful feature. The value sits in that final stretch from a general platform to a working result in a specific environment. The role is rewarded for making the product actually land in production, not just for writing code or handing over advice. An FD changes a promising demo into something that survives real customer use. The focus shifts from showing a model that works once to making it fit the workflow, earn trust, and produce measurable adoption. A demo can look strong while the real deployment still falls apart. In practice, inconsistent data, vague handoffs, and low trust from users are usually what stop the pilot from becoming routine work. The intervention is not just technical cleanup. It combines integration work, process changes, and measurement so the system can actually stay in use. The first job is to make the model live inside the customer's actual process, even if the scope stays narrow. That usually means connecting it to the right system, removing friction, and making the handoff feel natural. The next step is often organizational, not just technical. When ownership is clearer, manual steps shrink, and guardrails are added, people can rely on the output without constantly improvising around it. Adoption has to be observed in numbers that reflect real work. Active usage, completion rates, cycle time, and fewer manual escalations tell you whether the system is becoming part of the job. The last part of the job is turning field experience into product insight. Repeated requests, failure modes, and common workarounds are the clues that tell the product team what should become a core feature. And that feedback loop is why the role has value beyond delivery alone. Public job postings are useful when you read past the title and look for the actual shape of the work. The goal is to separate role names that sound similar from roles that really sit at different points on the customer to production spectrum. A single title will miss a lot of relevant openings because companies rename the same kind of work in different ways. Broader search terms catch that title fragmentation and give you a more honest view of the market. That title usually points to someone working close to customers while still staying tied to engineering output. It is a common anchor term, but it is only one label in a larger family of roles. This version often makes the software side more explicit, which can signal stronger coding and deployment expectations. The extra wording matters because it hints at where the company wants the balance between support and implementation. That phrasing usually shows up when the company wants model work connected to real customer use. It often tells you the role is less about research and more about turning AI into something usable. When solutions appears in the title, the role often shifts toward integration, tailoring, and customer-facing problem-solving. The AI part may still be important, but the job is usually framed around making it fit a specific environment. This title can signal a role focused on getting a system adopted in practice rather than building every feature from scratch. The word strategist often means there is a mix of technical judgment, customer interaction, and rollout planning. Customer engineer is a broad title, but it usually places you near the interface between product and client needs. The posting has to tell you whether that means light support work or real engineering ownership. Field language usually suggests the work happens close to the customer site or customer environment. Add AI to that, and the posting may be describing a role that adapts technical systems in real deployments rather than in a lab setting. That title often blends technical explanation with hands-on application. The key question is whether the role exists mainly to demo and support, or whether it also carries responsibility for production results. Enterprise usually means the systems must survive scale, process, and internal approval. A posting with this title often implies more deployment complexity and more attention to reliability, integration, and business constraints. Embedded engineer can point towards software that lives inside a larger product or customer environment. In this context, it helps identify roles where technical work is tightly coupled to deployment details and system integration. Once the title gives you a rough category, the posting itself tells you how senior the role is and what kind of ownership it expects. These four signals help you compare roles that look similar on the surface but differ in practice. Experience floor tells you whether the company wants mid-level, senior, or staff-level candidates. Scope of ownership shows whether you are supporting implementation or carrying production outcomes. Comp structure reveals what the company values most, and problem type tells you whether the work is a demo, a pilot, or a real deployment tied to adoption. A posting that stays vague about shipping code or production systems is often closer to a solutions role than a deep FDE role. When the language shifts to inference optimization, workflow integration, data pipelines, or customer-specific deployment, the job is usually moving toward the embedded engineering end of the spectrum. Compensation bands reveal what a company values enough to pay for. The number is less about status and more about the kind of leverage the firm expects from a role. A salary range is a signal about where the business thinks the scarce value sits. For a candidate, that makes the offer a clue about the role's real importance, not just its title. At a frontier lab, the premium often goes to people who can move quickly without losing accuracy. Being close to release cycles matters because small mistakes can affect the model itself and the pace of the whole team. In a company like Palantir, the money often follows work that sits between technical systems and real customers. That means deployment, adaptation, and the judgment to translate engineering into something a client can actually use. Broader enterprise AI roles can pay less upfront, but the trade-off may be better product exposure and repeated problem patterns. If the path leads towards staff-level influence, the long-term value can be higher than the first offer suggests. That question cuts through the headline number. A good candidate look for the form of leverage being purchased: speed, deployment skill, customer insight, or product judgment. Salary alone can hide a lot of trade-offs. A good offer comparison separates pay, equity, level, and scope so the real value of the role is easier to judge. An offer is easier to evaluate when each piece stands on its own. Cash, bonus, equity, and role expectations all behave differently, so blending them too early makes weak offers look better than they are. Base salary is the part you can count on every pay period. It tells you the floor of the offer, and it matters because guaranteed money is much more reliable than any upside tied to performance or company results. A target bonus has a stated formula or goal, while a discretionary bonus depends on judgment and can change. That difference matters because one is easier to forecast and the other is often less certain than it first appears. Equity only has real value if the company is at a stage where that ownership could matter and if the vesting terms make sense for your timeline. A large grant can still be thin value if the schedule is long, the company is early, or the shares are hard to realize. The level tells you what the company expects you to own. A generalist role is usually broader and less specialized. A senior IC role signals deep individual contribution, and a staff-level role should carry cross-team influence and larger technical responsibility. The same salary number can mean different things depending on where it is anchored. A high-cost city band may inflate the offer, while a remote band may reflect a different market and should be compared against the right baseline. Scope changes the kind of learning and influence the job gives you. Being embedded with customers often accelerates feedback and responsibility, while supporting them from a distance can mean less context but a different kind of ownership. A lower base can still be a strong offer if it comes with faster responsibility, sharper learning, and a clearer path to bigger scope. At the same time, a flashy total package can be misleading when most of the upside sits in equity you may not value the same way the company does. Labor market sizing helps separate a mature role from one that is still taking shape. The pattern of postings, titles, and pay bands tells you whether the market is narrow or still forming around a broader set of responsibilities. A cluster of adjacent titles with uneven compensation usually means employers have not settled on one exact version of the role. In that kind of market, people who can bridge product, engineering, and customer work often stand out because the company needs translation as much as execution. Counting jobs is only the surface signal. The deeper question is how much value a company assigns to someone who operates at the edge of product, engineering, and deployment, because that is where the role starts to look strategic rather than purely operational. for a candidate, the decision goes beyond salary alone. The real comparison is the deployment problem, the freedom to act in the field, and the amount of product insight the role will give you, because those three pieces shape both growth and leverage once you are inside the job. Comp for FDE roles is easier to read once you separate the pieces that employers mix together. The title alone does not tell you much because the market is still inconsistent and the pay package can be built in several different ways. That fragmentation matters because the same job can be labeled in different ways from one company to another. A posting name may change faster than the work itself, so you have to look past the title and inspect what the role actually includes. The right lens is the structure of the offer, not just the headline number. Many FD roles combine cash and equity, and that equity piece is common enough to show up in most postings, especially at AI-native companies where grants can be used to balance lower cash. That quota-free design tells you what the job is optimized for. The work is measured by deployment success, adoption, and product learning, not by carrying a personal revenue target the way a sales role would. An FDE changes the question from whether the model can work at all to whether it can work inside a real customer workflow. The point is not a demo win. It is making the system usable enough to matter in production. That lens is useful because compensation follows the problem being solved. If the role removes deployment friction, protects adoption, or unlocks repeat use, the company is paying for business impact, not just implementation effort. Those problems usually fall into a small set of patterns. A team may have a demo that looks good in isolation, a workflow that breaks down when real people use it, or no steady feedback loop once the pilot ends. A controlled demo often hides all the messy parts of a job: bad inputs, awkward handoffs, and edge cases from actual users. The FD has to close that gap so the model survives outside the lab. Even when the technical design is sound, the interaction between people and the model can still feel clumsy. Small delays, unclear responsibilities, or too many manual steps can make the whole system hard to adopt. Without a feedback loop, the team never learns what users actually do after the pilot. That is where adoption stalls, because the product stops improving around the real constraints that matter in use. That shift can mean connectors, safer interfaces, eval-driven deployment, or fallbacks when the agent is uncertain. It can also mean redesigning the workflow so the human and the model each handle the part they do best. The measurement has to reflect real use, not just technical success. Once the FDE changes the workflow, the numbers should show whether people finish tasks more reliably and whether the system fits daily work. These measures tell a simple story: less friction, faster success, fewer escalations, and more sustained use. If those numbers improve together, the deployment is becoming part of the team's routine instead of staying a one-off experiment. That before and after is where the role proves its value. The team spends less time compensating for the system and more time relying on it, which is what turns a trial into normal practice. Equity makes sense when the job creates reusable product gains, not just hourly output. A strong FDE helps the company learn from difficult cases and build patterns that scale across customers, so the value compounds beyond one account. Posting volume and title variety give a practical signal that demand is spreading. The point to watch is not just growth, but how employers rename similar work across the market. A large jump in postings suggests employers are creating more openings for embedded deployment work. Even so, the exact number needs careful checking because the methodology behind a headline figure can change what gets counted. Labor market data often gets sliced through job posts rather than a clean occupational category. That is why title names, keywords, and inclusion rules matter so much. They decide whether the market looks like one bucket or several related ones. For a job seeker, the useful move is to look past the label and ask what kind of work the role actually involves. The same capability can be advertised under several names, so the search has to follow the work, not only the title. This label usually points to someone working close to the customer and close to the product team, often in a very embedded way. This version keeps the same deployment idea, but makes the software engineering part more explicit, which can signal stronger coding expectations. That title often points to model use, workflow design, and getting AI working in a real business setting rather than only in research. This role often sits on the customer-facing side of technical work, where integration, demos, and translating needs into a usable solution matter. That title usually emphasizes working directly with the client environment, making the role feel more service-oriented and deployment-heavy. This phrasing puts the center of gravity on rollout, implementation, and making sure systems actually work in production. Consultant titles often signal advisory work, but they can still hide hands on implementation responsibilities, especially when AI is involved. Field engineering usually suggests work done near the customer or the deployment site, with enough technical depth to support real-world adoption. The title is a clue about scope. Some roles lean toward customer integration, some lean toward model deployment, and some give the person more autonomy while keeping them close to product and engineering. A broader search catches roles that would otherwise stay hidden behind a company-specific label. Combining role words with domain words pulls out postings that look like the job you want, even when the title is unusual. Adding the domain term helps separate general engineering roles from ones aimed at AI deployment work. This combination catches roles where AI work meets client-facing deployment or implementation. That search phrase finds roles where large language models are part of the solution rather than just a generic engineering stack. This pairing surfaces jobs focused on putting machine learning systems into production and keeping them working there. That search is useful when the company frames deployment and support work through the customer engineering label. This one catches postings that may not use FD language at all, but still describe embedded AI work in the field. That search strategy is what makes the market legible. The job may be labeled in a dozen different ways, but the underlying work can still be the same embedded deployment pattern. Current postings show how the market packages real work, customer deployment, strong software fundamentals, and high ownership. Reading them side by side helps separate title language from the actual capability employers want. A few live listings are better than abstract career advice because they reveal what companies are asking for right now. The caution matters too. Salary bands, experience requirements, and even title language can shift fast, so any example has to be verified against the live posting. These examples all describe the same broad pattern in different company vocabularies. One firm may call it forward deployment, another may call it embedded AI, but the underlying signal is usually the same. Work close to the customer, heavy integration, and responsibility for making the system work in production. That final point is the real signal hidden in the postings. The value is not just building a demo. It is carrying the idea through deployment, integration, and day-to-day reliability so a customer can actually use it. Pay packages need to be read in layers, because the number that looks largest is not always the number that matters most. The goal is to separate guaranteed cash from riskier forms of value, so the offer is easier to compare. Base salary is the part you can count on every pay cycle. Total compensation folds in everything else, and that mix can make an offer look stronger than its cash component really is. Once the offer is broken into parts, each part tells you something different about risk, timing, and upside. That keeps you from judging the package by one headline number alone. Base salary is the guaranteed cash, equity is the uncertain upside, and bonus may be small or missing entirely. Relocation and geography adjustments matter when the cost of living changes, and scope premium captures the non-cash value of stronger learning or broader influence. For an FD, the mix can look better once equity is included, even when the base trails a pure engineering role. That is why the real question is not just how large the package appears, but how much of it is solid cash versus future value that may or may not materialize. Job structure often reveals what the company really wants from the role. The title, pay mix, and reporting shape all point to the actual work behind the posting. Pay is not just a price tag. The way compensation is built usually reflects what kind of value the company expects the person to create. A quota-free role points away from direct sales. Equity usually means the company wants the work to compound into reusable value, and a split title often means the organization has not settled where this function belongs. That means compensation reflects structure, not just salary math. It shows how the company assigns responsibility, risk, and decision-making across the team. The same logic appears in the system design. The engineer has to make prompts, retrieval, tool calls, review steps, and logging work together in a production workflow, then tune the handoff until the human and model each do the right part. That is why the role sits across several job families. The company is paying for someone who can lower risk, speed up adoption, and feed real product insight back to the core team. A hiring manager is usually asking about delivery, learning, and judgment. A candidate is usually asking whether the compensation and the role actually create a good career trade-off. Those questions are really a proxy for business value. The manager is not just pricing a headcount. The manager is trying to predict impact, speed, and fit in a messy real-world environment. Speed matters because a role like this often sits between the product and the customer. If the person can remove friction early, the team sees value sooner and the manager gets confidence that the hire is paying off. That question is about signal, not just execution. A strong person in the role can bring back patterns from real use, so the team learns which features matter and which ones do not. Ambiguity is where judgment gets tested. The manager wants someone who can make good calls without a perfect playbook because deployment work rarely arrives with clean instructions. The candidate lens is different because the risk is personal. The real question is whether the role pays well enough, teaches the right skills, and points toward the next step in the market. Base pay matters because equity can be uncertain or illiquid. A good offer stands on salary alone, so you do not have to depend on a future exit to make the economics work. Title inflation is common, so the candidate has to check the substance behind the label. Real deployment work builds technical and customer-facing skill. Generic support often does not compound in the same way. That is the long-term test. Experience with evaluation, workflow design, and implementation becomes valuable when it helps you qualify for stronger roles later, not just survive the current one. That sequence is what makes the experience legible in the job market. If you can tell the story from problem to change to measurable adoption to product insight, you are describing the same capabilities employers screen for: search judgment, deployment skill, and the ability to explain impact clearly. Location changes the shape of the market because these roles tend to gather where the customers, talent, and deployment problems are concentrated. The next part looks at that geography and why the center keeps moving. Geographic shifts change where people, jobs, and influence are concentrated. That matters because location affects trade, power, culture, and the way regions grow over time. Geography matters here because the job market is shifting faster than the label around it. The point is to understand where FDE roles concentrate and what those clusters reveal about the work itself. These roles do not spread evenly like general software jobs. They gather in places with dense enterprise customers, larger budgets, and a higher cost when deployment goes wrong. The strongest hiring hubs usually track the industries that need repeated deployment support, not one-off demos. Finance, healthcare, insurance, enterprise software, and regulated infrastructure all create that kind of demand because every AI feature has to clear security, compliance, and workflow constraints. That is why the map for FD hiring does not match the map for ordinary AI engineering. The role follows customer pressure and operational complexity, not just where software talent happens to live. City concentration matters because this job is often built around close coordination with customers and internal teams. The next step is to read a city not just as a location, but as a signal about the kind of deployment work happening there. An FD is rarely working in isolation. The best hubs tend to be places where customers are nearby, the company's own teams are nearby, the buyers are in regulated industries, or the talent pool for hybrid product and implementation work is especially deep. When enterprise customers are clustered in one city, the work follows them. That makes account access, workshops, and fast iteration much easier. A hub also forms when the internal teams that need to coordinate with the roles sit in the same place. That shortens the feedback loop between product, sales, and deployment. If the local buyer base includes banks, insurers, healthcare systems, or public institutions, the role becomes more deployment heavy. Those customers tend to ask harder questions before they adopt anything new. Some cities matter because they produce people who can bridge product, engineering, and customer work. That mix is especially valuable in roles where the technical build and the rollout happen together. That combination creates a pull toward large business centers, especially in the Northeast and on the West Coast. But the real driver is not just headcount. It is the shape of the customer base and the kind of deployment problems those cities generate. One claim that keeps coming up is that New York may have passed San Francisco as the largest U.S. FDE hub. The logic is plausible because New York has dense finance, insurance, media, and enterprise accounts, and those buyers often want hands-on deployment help. That claim still needs fresh verification before anyone publishes it as fact. Job titles change quickly, companies rename roles, and one burst of hiring can distort what looks like a year-long pattern. The useful question is not just how many jobs sit in one city. The better question is what kind of deployment problem that city is producing. That shift in question changes how you read the market. A city is less a scoreboard and more a clue about the kind of customer environment behind the hiring. A compact table helps separate hub type from customer profile and from the language that shows up in postings. That makes the market easier to compare across cities. Each row pairs a city with the kind of buyers and the kind of work it tends to produce. New York leans toward regulated enterprise work. The Bay Area leans toward AI native and platform-heavy work. Seattle leans toward cloud integration. London leans toward European regulated deployments. And India hubs often support global rollout and applied engineering. That table is not a fixed ranking. The same title can mean different things in different places, so the city, the company, and the posting language all have to be read together. The clearest way to understand a hub is to look at what changes once an FD enters the picture. The role exists to turn a fragile demo into a workflow people can actually trust. Instead of starting with the title, start with the problem. The shape of the deployment challenge tells you why the role exists at all. Picture a bank that wants an LLM to help relationship managers draft follow-up notes and summarize account activity. The sandbox demo may look polished, but the real workflow can still fail as soon as security, review, and daily usage enter the picture. The first problem is usually access. If the model cannot reach the right data, the output may sound plausible but still miss the business context it needs. Different teams often prompt the system in different ways, which makes behavior inconsistent. That inconsistency matters when the output has to fit a repeatable business process. Without logging, nobody can inspect what the system did or why it did it. That makes debugging, audit, and improvement much harder. Compliance teams need to understand the system before they approve it. If behavior is opaque, adoption slows or stops. Trust is the last barrier. Even a good draft fails if managers do not feel safe using it in day-to-day work. Once the FD gets involved, the work becomes much more operational. The role helps define the integration, control the data the model can see, add logging, and put human review in the loop. Success is not a one-time demo win. It means a pilot team actually uses the tool, the task gets faster, mistakes fall, and the product team learns what still needs to be hardened. Daily use matters because it shows the tool has crossed from experiment into routine work. That is where deployment starts to count. A real deployment should save time on something concrete. When one task gets faster, the value of the system becomes measurable. Lower error rates matter just as much as speed. Less rework means the workflow is becoming reliable enough to trust. The final signal is feedback into the roadmap. Deployment work should teach the product team what to fix, improve, or standardize next. That pattern is why geography matters so much. The most active hubs are usually the places where deployment is hardest, because that is where this kind of work becomes necessary. The next layer is the actual stack behind the role. An FD is stitching together model behavior, software systems, and human process at the same time. A few terms help make the rest of the discussion precise. Enterprise software is software sold for business use. AI deployment is moving a model into a controlled production workflow, and consulting jargon is the process language around approvals, rollout, training, and change management. In practice, that stack includes the model, retrieval, application logic, logging, permissions, monitoring, and a human review path. Strong teams also use evals, reliability checks, version control, audit trails, and escalation rules so the system can survive real use. That is the real work hiding behind the city name. A location label only matters once you know what technical and organizational problems the role is solving there. Now the analysis gets more methodological. Counting FDE demand requires a careful definition of what belongs in the market, because titles and titles families are fragmented. If you count only one exact title, you miss part of the market. If you count every vaguely technical role, you overstate it. So the right approach is to normalize across title families, locations, and actual work content. A single company may spread the same function across several names. FD, Applied AI Engineer, Deployment Strategist, Solutions Engineer, or Field Engineer. That is title fragmentation, and it is why keyword count alone are not enough. Current postings matter more than static title lists. The market is moving quickly enough that the wording on the job page is often the best evidence of what the role really is. OpenAI, Palantir, Anthropic, and hyperscaler roles can each signal a different balance of customer work, engineering depth, and deployment responsibility. The local hub also matters because enterprise customers tend to pull embedded AI work toward the cities where they already buy. A job post often gives away more than the title does. The wording can tell you whether the role is truly deployment heavy or only adjacent to it. A posting like this usually signals customer-facing work, enterprise integration, and exposure to regulated buyers. The city name often points to the kind of accounts the role will support. This version usually leans harder toward engineering depth. The emphasis is more on system building than on pure customer coordination. This title often points to model integration, evaluation, and workflow design. The work is still deployment-oriented, but the technical side is more visible. These titles usually mix technical implementation with buyer communication. The exact balance varies, but the common thread is getting the solution adopted by a real customer. Compensation and experience signals vary by city and role family, and the posting itself usually reveals the market segment. A New York role for a regulated enterprise often asks for stronger customer-facing experience and security awareness, while a San Francisco role may lean more toward experimentation, evaluation, and model integration. The pay structure is often just as revealing as the title. You usually see one of three broad patterns, and each one tells you something about the company and the role. Later stage companies or standardized enterprise orgs often pay a stronger base. Other firms lean more on equity, and hub-specific roles can add location premiums, sign-on awards, or flexibility when the company needs someone in a major city. Two jobs with the same title can still differ a lot in pay mix. Base salary is the guaranteed cash. Total compensation adds equity and bonuses, and the city or customer segment can shift that balance sharply. Experience signals are part of the read too. Phrases like production deployment, customer-facing technical experience, or regulated environments usually mean the role expects real deployment work, not just prototyping. That is why the business press has paid attention. The fast rise in FD postings is best treated as a directional signal. It shows the role family expanded quickly enough to fragment across titles, cities, and functions. For job seekers, the goal is to search by work content as well as by city. The market is fragmented, so the same job often appears under several different labels. City names alone miss too much. Title families and the actual work description usually give a better picture of where the real opportunity is. A broad search starts with the labels employers actually use. The same function can hide behind several names, so the search has to be wide enough to catch them. This is the clearest label, but it is not the only one. It often points to a role that combines technical depth with direct deployment responsibility. This version usually leans further towards software engineering. It often implies more system building and less pure customer coordination. This title usually appears where model integration, evaluation, and workflow design matter most. It is a strong signal that the job sits close to deployment. This label often points to implementation and adoption work. It can sit closer to customer success, but the technical side still matters. This title often covers technical pre-sales and integration support. The amount of engineering authority can vary a lot by company. This can mean architecture design, customer planning, or high-level implementation guidance. The posting has to be read carefully because the scope varies widely. This title usually blends technical help with customer-facing communication. It often sits between product teams and the buyer's implementation process. This label can imply on-site or hands-on deployment work. It is a reminder that the same function can be named very differently across companies. This title usually combines account management with technical problem solving. The key question is how much authority the role really has over deployment decisions. These labels often show up when the company wants a broader AI skill set without using the FD name directly. The posting still needs to confirm whether the work is truly deployment-oriented. After the title search, add location keywords. That lets you separate broad demand from the cities where the work is concentrated. These keywords catch the finance-heavy and regulated enterprise hub. They are especially useful when the posting does not use the exact city name in the headline. These locations often surface platform-heavy, cloud-heavy, and AI-native roles. They are good markers for engineering depth and infrastructure proximity. London often functions as a European enterprise and regulated market hub. It is worth tracking separately because the buyer mix can differ from U.S. cities. These India hubs often show up in global delivery, implementation, and applied engineering work. They matter a great deal in multinational rollouts. Location-flexible postings are still worth tracking because remote does not always mean locationless. Often the real hiring center is still tied to a hub. After the search terms, the posting itself has to prove the role. The strongest signs are in the responsibilities and the systems the company expects you to touch. If the post talks about deployment or implementation, that is a strong sign the role is tied to real customer rollout work. References to evaluation or reliability show that the company cares about how the system behaves under real conditions, not just whether it works in a demo. Workflow language tells you the role touches the business process itself. That usually means the job is closer to adoption than to pure model building. Enterprise integration is another sign the work is real deployment work. The model has to fit the customer's existing systems, not sit apart from them. Production ownership is the clearest marker of all. It means the role is responsible for getting something actually used, not just described or prototyped. Compensation and seniority signals are part of the search too. A clear base range and separate equity range are more useful than vague words like competitive pay, and missing deployment language can mean the role is really sales support in technical clothing. Some postings look technical on the surface, but do not actually give a role enough substance. Those are the ones to read skeptically. If the title sounds technical, but most of the job is presentation work, the role is not really centered on deployment. That mismatch is worth flagging immediately. Sales support can be part of the job, but if there is no engineering authority, the role may be more about pre-sales than implementation. That changes the substance of the work a lot. A mention of AI alone is not enough. If the posting never talks about deployment, evaluation, logging, or integration, the label may be doing more work than the role itself. Vague pay language is another warning sign. If the base salary is missing, it is harder to compare the role honestly with other offers. A role can be called embedded without really being embedded in the work. If it lacks access to product or engineering teams, the title may be overstating the actual influence of the job. Title fragmentation makes the map harder to measure than it first appears. If one company says applied AI engineer and another says deployment strategist, a keyword search will miss part of the demand unless the titles are normalized. The regulated industry pattern explains why New York keeps appearing in these discussions. Finance, insurance, and similar buyers need help with controls, approvals, workflow fit, and adoption, so they create steady demand for people who can bridge product and process. Those buyers need more than code. They need someone who understands how the tool will fit into the organization's controls and approval paths, and that is exactly where deployment roles become valuable. Not all FDE work sits in regulated sectors, but the densest clusters often do. Healthcare, public sector, and large enterprise procurement environments all ask the same hard question. Can this be safely run here? That is where FDEs become valuable. They sit between the model architecture, the human workflow, and the governance process that decides whether the tool can actually ship. One side of the job is the technical system itself, how the model is built, wired, and controlled. The other side is the person who has to use it every day. The workflow has to feel natural enough that people adopt it. Then there's governance. Someone has to decide whether the risk is acceptable, whether the controls are in place, and whether the tool is ready to move forward. Because the market shifts quickly, current postings should be the evidence base. The labels change, the responsibilities shift, and fresh verification is the only way to avoid building a narrative on stale titles. A current posting can show the balance between customer work, engineering depth, and deployment responsibility much better than any static title list. That matters even more when hyperscalers and AI vendors are pushing embedded work deeper into enterprise accounts. A city ranking should never be taken at face value. Before relying on it, check the live postings because titles and locations can move faster than the headline numbers suggest. The three checks are simple. Confirm the live postings, decide whether the title is truly FD-like or only adjacent, and find out whether the location is real, preferred, or just a remote placeholder. That discipline keeps the analysis honest. The trend may be real, but the pattern is uneven, and the method has to show that clearly. The practical rule is straightforward. FDE hubs form where enterprise buyers, regulated workflows, and customer-facing technical teams overlap. New York may now be ahead of San Francisco in U.S. hub size, but that still needs fresh data before publication. The deeper logic matters more than the ranking. The harder the deployment environment, the more the hiring concentrates near the people and industries that create that complexity. For candidates comparing offers, location can change the mix of base salary, equity, and sign-on awards, but it does not change the basic structure of the job. The best postings spell out how much is deployment, how much is evaluation, and how much customer work is involved. That geographic pattern leads to the next question. Once the roles cluster in certain hubs, who is competing for the same talent pool? This part is about the market pressure around FDEs. Who wants the same people and why that makes hiring competitive? The answer matters because the role is being pulled by several kinds of companies at once, not just one niche category. The pool is broad, and that changes the recruiting picture immediately. Frontier labs, consulting firms, Fintechs, hyperscalers, and enterprise software companies all want engineers who can understand a messy customer workflow and turn model capability into something useful in production. That overlap is why the same job can appear under different titles. For candidates, the label may change even when the work looks very similar. For employers, it means competing not only on role content, but also on brand, compensation, and the kind of day-to-day environment they offer. This title points to a market where the same kind of talent is wanted by many different employers at once. The important question is not just what the role is, but why so many companies are competing for it. The pattern starts when a role stops being tied to one company type and starts showing up across the whole industry. That usually means the skill set has become broadly useful, not narrowly specialized. At Frontier Labs, the work sits right between deep engineering and direct contact with important customers. The person in that seat has to understand the model, the product, and the edge cases that show up in real deployments. In consulting, the same capability gets packaged as transformation work. The emphasis shifts toward helping clients adopt systems, change processes, and turn AI into something usable inside a large organization. In fintech and fast-moving software companies, speed matters a lot. The job is often to take something promising, harden it, and build a repeatable path from a demo into a real product feature that customers can rely on. At the enterprise and cloud level, the challenge is different again. These teams need people who can work across large accounts, fit new AI features into existing systems, and prove that the change actually pays off. The categories are not interchangeable, but they are pulling on the same underlying talent. Each one values a slightly different mix of judgment, speed, trust, and communication. Yet all of them need people who can move ideas from technical possibility into business reality. When demand shows up across so many employer types, it signals that the supply of that talent is not keeping pace. A role spreads like this only when the market expects it to matter enough to compete for. Title patterns tell you how the market is packaging the same underlying work. The point here is to learn how to read the label, the signals behind it, and the keywords that help you find comparable roles. A single posting can be misleading, especially when the market is changing fast. Repeated wording across several postings is what reveals the real shape of the role and helps you avoid overfitting to one company's wording. That table turns a vague title into something you can actually use. The title gives the market label, the signal tells you the work style, the experience clues tell you what the employer values, and the keywords help you search for similar openings. Those examples show the same pattern in different companies. Customer-facing technical work around AI delivery. The compensation detail matters too, because headline numbers can mix base pay, bonus, and equity, so the real comparison depends on level, location, and how much stock value is assumed. These titles are moving targets, so the safest habit is to verify live postings right before you act on them. Even when the wording changes, the skill blend stays recognizable. Build the system, deploy it, explain it clearly, and adapt it to a customer setting. The shift is from a promising model demo to a system that actually survives a customer workflow. The useful question is not whether the model looks good in isolation, but what has to change before it can run inside a real business process. A deployment story shows where the hard part lives. A model can be impressive on its own, but the market only opens when someone bridges the gap between technical promise and operational use. Before an FD steps in, the customer often sees a tool that is close, but not ready. The model may look strong in a demo, yet it still misses the customer's data format, review steps, latency limits, or compliance rules, so the idea stalls before it becomes real usage. After that, the work changes from showing capability to making adoption possible. The FD stitches together integrations, prompt or retrieval changes, guardrails, evaluation, and tracking so the model fits the customer's environment instead of fighting it. The right numbers are the ones that prove the system is being used in real work. Active users, completed workflows, time saved, fewer errors, and whether the deployment survives the pilot all tell a better story than raw traffic or flashy demos. That field experience becomes product insight. The FD sees which data sources fail, which users adopt first, which failures are unacceptable, and when a feature request is really a deployment problem wearing different clothes. That feedback loop explains why the role shows up across industries. Any team selling AI into a real workflow eventually meets the same gap. A capable model is not enough, and someone has to turn it into a dependable system. Title fragmentation is a real market signal. When the same kind of work appears under many labels, the market is bigger and messier than a single search term suggests. A hiring market can be hard to size when employers rename closely related jobs in different ways. The work may be similar, but the title changes just enough to hide it from a simple search. This title usually points to an engineer who works close to the customer and helps adapt the product in the field. The emphasis is often on shipping with real users, not just building in isolation. Adding software often signals a role that is still hands-on with code, but tied to deployment and customer-specific implementation. It is a nearby title, not a different job family. This label usually suggests practical model work tied to a product or workflow. The focus is less on research and more on making AI function in a real environment. A solutions engineer may spend more time in pre-sales, but AI responsibility adds technical depth around use cases and integration. The title hints at customer work even when the engineering scope is broad. A technical account manager can look like a support or account role on paper, yet implementation depth means real technical ownership after the sale. That mix matters because it can hide engineering-like demand inside an account title. Customer-facing engineering titles usually sit right at the boundary between product and deployment. The job often involves solving problems directly for a specific customer rather than building generic features only. Deployment is the key word there. It points to the work of getting AI systems into production, wired into a real stack and stable enough for day-to-day use. An AI solutions architect usually spends more time on system design, customer needs, and integration decisions. The role may touch less code directly, but it can still represent serious technical demand. The title choice often tells you how the role is split across coding, customer interaction, sales support, and implementation. That is why a single title search can undercount the real market. A careful market estimate starts with how the postings are gathered and classified. If the method is weak, the final number will be misleading no matter how many listings you count. First, widen the search to the whole title family so nearby labels are included. Then separate genuine deployment work from postings that only borrow AI language, and keep location, seniority, and pay structure as separate variables because they change the meaning of the posting. The best search combines exact titles with related keywords. That gives you breadth without drowning in irrelevant results. So you can see the market that sits around the core title rather than only the label itself. Compensation postings are most useful when you read them for structure, not just for the exact dollar figure. The same title can hide very different seniority, scope, and pay shape depending on the company. Pay changes quickly, and companies package it differently, so a posted number can age fast. What matters more is the shape of the offer and what it tells you about the role. Base salary is the guaranteed part, while total compensation includes the rest of the package around it. Equity can make a package look much larger, especially at frontier labs and well-funded software firms, while consulting roles often lean more toward cash and portability than long-term upside. A headline figure can mislead you unless you break it into the pieces that actually matter. The right questions make the role easier to judge and much easier to compare against other offers. Start with the guaranteed cash, because that is the cleanest part of the offer. It gives you the floor before any variable or uncertain pieces are added. Equity needs a second look because its value depends on vesting, liquidity, and the company's future. A large number on paper may not behave like cash at all. Bonuses matter only if you understand the target, the trigger, and whether it is truly likely to land. Some bonuses are routine. Others are more promotional than dependable. Scope is a clue about seniority. A role tied to one account is usually narrower, while a portfolio or segment role usually signals broader ownership and more expectation to drive outcomes. Travel changes the real value of the job because it takes time and energy, even when the salary looks good. If the travel load is heavy, it should show up somewhere in the package or in the opportunity itself. A smaller base can still be the better choice when the work gives you strong learning, visible product impact, and real equity upside. The reverse also happens. A big package can come with narrow influence or a travel burden that makes the role less attractive in practice. OpenAI and Palantir often show how strongly the market pays for customer-embedded execution and direct product impact. Treat the public ranges carefully, separate base from total compensation, and read them as signals about scarce senior talent rather than as simple salary labels. The hiring data gives a concrete signal that this market is real. The point here is not just that interest is rising, but that employers are treating this role as something they need now. A growth figure like that sounds dramatic, but the details matter. The exact percentage depends on the time window and the way the jobs were counted, so the numbers should be handled carefully. Even so, the broader movement is clear because the role is showing up much more often. One employer hiring for a role can be a one-off. When frontier labs, consultancies, fintechs, cloud providers, and enterprise software companies all want the same capability at once, that points to a labor category with momentum, not a passing experiment. That spread tells you the job has become part of how companies operate. They need help deploying AI inside their own environment, and they are willing to pay for people who can bridge the gap between the model and the customer's actual workflow. The AWS example matters because hyperscalers work at massive scale. When they invest in embedded AI engineers, they're not patching a few isolated projects. They're betting that adoption and deployment will be a major growth area. This part is about how to read the market if you're looking for work. The same breadth that creates opportunity can also hide badly scoped roles. So you need both optimism and skepticism. When demand spreads across different industries, your skills can travel with you. That gives you more places to apply, but it also means employers may expect you to adapt quickly and handle more than one kind of problem. A mixed skill set matters here. Coding, debugging, clear communication, and comfort with customers all make your profile portable. Someone with that combination can move between a lab, a fintech team, and an enterprise platform more easily than a narrow backend specialist. The risk is that a job title sounds expansive while the actual role is much smaller or less supported. When that happens, the company may want the reach of a full forward-deployed role without giving the authority, tools, or pay that make the job workable. A role can look high-level on paper and still be mostly presentation work. That usually means limited technical depth and very little real ownership. That wording often hides a support-heavy job. If most of the day is spent helping internal teams rather than working directly with customers, the posting is describing something narrower than it sounds. Owning deployment without influence over product changes can be frustrating. You end up responsible for outcomes you cannot really shape, which is a sign the role may be underpowered. When a company wants both technical depth and commercial skill, compensation should reflect that mix. If the pay is still set like a standard generalist engineering role, the posting may be asking for more than it is willing to support. These search terms help surface roles with the right blend of engineering and customer work. The title still matters less than the responsibilities, so read for actual scope, decision-making power, and day-to-day tasks before deciding whether the posting fits. A hospital deal can pull in product builders, consultants, cloud teams, and applied AI specialists at the same time. The point of this vignette is to show why the person who can make a deployment actually work often matters more than the feature list. Each company sees the same customer problem from a different angle. One sells software, one sells process help, and one sells the platform underneath, but they are all trying to win influence over the same implementation. A good model is not enough if it clashes with real documentation habits or existing tools. That gap between a promising demo and a working rollout is where redesign, integration, and hands-on adaptation become valuable. That messy middle is where the buying decision often gets made. The engineer who can smooth out adoption, connect systems, and lower coordination pain can be useful to several employers because the same skill solves the same deployment problem in different companies. The practical rule here is to treat broad employer interest as a market signal. When frontier labs, consultancies, fintechs, and enterprise software firms all want the same kind of deployment skill, supply is not keeping up with demand. that's spread across very different employers tells you the skill is reusable, not tied to one narrow niche. It also tells you the talent pool is thin because many buyers are competing for the same people. For candidates, the search has to extend beyond exact job titles because the same work may appear under several labels. Offer evaluation should compare total compensation, and hiring managers should know the strongest signal is real production deployment, not the title on the card. Once demand is pulling from every direction, the next question is supply. The useful follow-up is to trace where these practitioners are trained, how they move into the role, and which paths produce them fastest. FDE talent usually comes from adjacent technical paths, not from a single named pipeline. The useful question is where the skills are built before the title appears. That perspective matters because labor markets are made of careers, not abstractions. When you trace individual backgrounds, the supply side of FDEs becomes much easier to understand. A research lab engineer can pick up exactly the habits FDEs need: building pipelines, supporting model services, and dealing with failures outside the clean demo environment. That experience teaches how to make a prototype reliable enough for real operations. A long run in environments like SpaceX builds a different but equally relevant skill set. If you spend years where uptime, coupling, and failure propagation really matter, you already know how to work at the software infrastructure boundary that many FDE roles require. That is the pattern to notice. The role is often formed by combining pieces from other jobs. Someone brings systems knowledge, another brings customer-facing debugging, and together those pieces add up to forward-deployed work. The strongest FDs are judged less by a single model trick and more by whether they can solve the customer's real workflow. Hiring teams keep coming back to that combination of technical depth, product judgment, and follow-through in the field. The background mix tells you where this role is pulling talent from and why those candidates fit. That matters because it reveals both the shape of the market and the kinds of skills employers are actually screening for. The split is useful because it shows concentration, not randomness. Roles like this tend to attract people whose previous work already overlaps with customer-facing engineering, durable product work, advising teams, or building under startup pressure, and the exact percentages shift by company and region. The chart is doing one job. It visualizes that the pipeline comes from several nearby professions instead of a brand new talent class. A visual like this helps separate a broad-looking applicant pool from the smaller group that actually matches the work. That funnel shape is the real signal. Employers are usually not waiting for someone who was trained from the start for this title. They're looking for people who already carry part of the job in their previous experience. That background maps well because the work already includes translating technical systems into something that fits a real customer setup. The key skill is adapting under constraints, which is central to field work. Product engineers bring the habit of shipping code that holds up over time. That matters when the role needs both quick iteration and a solution that can survive repeated use. Consulting experience helps because the work is not only technical, it also depends on keeping people aligned and moving a deployment forward. Strong consultants are used to clarifying the problem, handling pressure, and coordinating decisions. Founders are often comfortable with unclear requirements and direct customer pressure. They also know the difference between a demo that looks promising and a product someone will actually pay for. That pattern matters for sizing the labor market. A title that draws from several neighboring professions can seem easier to hire for than it really is, because the search surface is wide, even though the number of genuinely ready candidates is much smaller. Title fragmentation means the market gives one kind of work many different names. That matters because a job seeker has to recognize the work behind the label, not just the label itself. Companies rarely agree on one standard title, especially for hybrid roles. The same responsibilities can show up under several names, so title alone is a weak signal. A forward-deployed engineer usually sits close to the customer and helps turn a product into something usable in a real environment. This variant keeps the same core idea, but signals a stronger software building component alongside deployment work. Applied AI engineer often points to practical AI implementation rather than research, with a focus on getting models into working systems. That kind of title can hide the same mix of customer work, integration work, and technical problem solving. The wording changes, but the underlying job may be very similar. Customer engineer usually places the emphasis on being the technical bridge to the client, especially when adoption and implementation matter. Technical account engineer often means ongoing support for a customer after the sale, with enough technical depth to keep deployments healthy. AI delivery engineer sounds new, but it usually still describes delivery, integration, and making AI work in practice. Field engineer is another broad label that can cover hands-on work outside the core product team, often close to the customer site or deployment environment. The naming problem changes the numbers. If the title does not match the work, any estimate of how many roles exist will be incomplete, and search results will miss structurally similar jobs hiding under different wording. A useful methodology starts by separating the label from the substance. Then you can measure the market by what people actually do, not by what the posting happens to call it. First, record the title exactly as written. Then read the duties and decide whether the role is mostly deployment, support, customer integration, or core product engineering, because that split is what really defines the job. A posting that talks about enterprise integration, workflow troubleshooting, and production adoption may be doing FDE work under another name. The reverse is true as well. A polished title can mask a role that is mainly demos and light pre-sales, with little real ownership of deployment. Compensation disputes often start because people compare the wrong numbers. Base pay is the fixed cash amount, while total compensation includes the extra pieces that can change the real value of an offer. A salary number by itself can be misleading. Equity, bonus, and signing awards can shift the ranking of two offers, especially when one company has a strong upside package and another leans mostly on fixed cash. The safe way to compare offers is to separate what is guaranteed for what depends on time or company performance. Cash is immediate. Equity usually vests over years, and the headline value can move a lot if the company's valuation changes. That matters even more for experienced candidates who already have stable pay and familiar brand behind them. They're not just choosing a job title. They're deciding how much risk, upside, and uncertainty they are willing to accept. Job postings from Frontier Labs often reveal more than a title. They point to the kind of customer contact, technical range, and comfort with uncertainty the company expects. Those three signals matter because they tell you what kind of work sits behind the role. A posting can hint at whether the job is close to customers, how wide the technical scope is, and whether the person needs to operate without a lot of structure. A location tag or job title rarely tells the whole story. Roles like FD, applied AI, or forward deployed software engineer usually mean someone is bridging model capability and customer workflow, translating business pain into technical changes, and staying accountable through deployment. The wording shifts fast, so a current posting is a snapshot of how the company talks about the role right now. Even so, the recurring phrases are stable enough to guide a careful search and help candidates match themselves to the right kind of work. The practical step now is to search with both exact titles and nearby variants. That broadens the net without losing the signal that the role is tied to deployment and customer work. A job search works better when it includes the most common labels and the neighboring terms companies use for the same kind of role. That catches postings that differ in wording, but not in substance. That title usually points to someone working close to the customer, often in a role that mixes implementation, problem solving, and direct communication with the user side. This version makes the engineering layer explicit. It often suggests a software role that is still embedded with the customer and responsible for making the system work in practice. Applied AI usually signals hands-on model integration rather than pure research. The focus is on taking AI capability and making it useful in a product or workflow. That phrase often means the engineer is working directly with clients, translating technical capability into something that fits a real operational need. Deployment is the important word there. It suggests the job is not just about building a model, but getting it into a reliable production environment. Solutions engineering usually sits between sales, product, and engineering. When AI is attached to it, the role often involves shaping a technical solution that can be delivered to an enterprise customer. That title often combines account responsibility with deep technical support. The work tends to involve keeping a customer deployment healthy and resolving issues before they become blockers. Enterprise points to large organizations and their constraints: security, compliance, integrations, and scale. An engineer in that space usually needs to think about all of those at once. Implementation work is about making the system fit the customer environment. That can include configuration, integration, debugging, and making sure adoption actually happens. Field engineering suggests a role that is out in front of the customer, often solving practical issues on the ground. With AI attached, it usually means bringing technical systems into real-world use. Titles help, but responsibilities tell the stronger story. Verbs like these show whether the role is actually about getting systems live, stable, and adopted by users. Integration means the engineer has to connect systems that were never designed to fit neatly together. That usually takes both technical skill and judgment about where the seams are. Troubleshooting tells you the job includes diagnosing failures in real environments. That is often where the edge cases, customer constraints, and hidden dependencies show up. Productionizing means turning something promising into something dependable. The difference is not just code quality. It is reliability, observability, and supportability. When a posting says this, the work reaches beyond the model itself. The engineer has to understand how the customer actually uses the tool and find the breakage inside that workflow. Enterprise systems bring integration depth, permissions, legacy tools, and governance concerns. A role with that language needs someone comfortable operating inside those constraints. That phrase shows the job is measured by movement, not just experimentation. A pilot only matters if it turns into sustained use. So the engineer has to help drive that transition. Measuring usage means the work includes feedback loops. You need evidence that the system is being used and that the deployment is changing behavior in the right direction. Coordination with product shows that the role sits inside a wider delivery loop. Customer problems have to flow back into roadmap decisions, and product choices have to come back into the field with the engineer. The real difference shows up in ownership. Before FD involvement, a model may exist but not fit the work. After FD involvement, the system is shaped so people can actually use it and learn from it. That is the point where the job stops being abstract. The engineer is no longer just building something correct. They're making it usable in a live workflow. Shipment delay prediction is a good case for seeing the difference in practice. The same model can look very different depending on whether it sits in a notebook or inside the dispatch process. Before FD support, the hard part is not the prediction itself. The hard part is fragmented systems, incomplete data, and a model that never quite reaches the people making the decision, so trust stays low. Once the engineer gets involved, the work shifts toward integration and reliability. Predictions need to land inside the dispatch flow, bad inputs need a safe path, and the team needs feedback so the system improves from actual use. That also changes what counts as success. A small drop in score may matter less than a clearer explanation or a simpler workflow if those changes make the system easier to adopt. A research lab engineer makes the role shift easier to see from the inside. The technical background stays useful, but the question changes from system reliability to customer adoption. Work that once centered on pipelines and training now gets judged by whether a customer can put it into daily use. That pushes the engineer to think about behavior, product design, and the exact barrier that keeps the workflow from sticking. That boundary is subtle, but it changes the definition of success. Stability is necessary, yet the real outcome is whether the customer gets value and the team learns what to build next. A high-stakes automation engineer brings a different kind of preparation. The value is in knowing how to keep brittle systems moving and how to respond when something breaks under pressure. That background transfers well to embedded AI work because the job often sits between customer systems and product behavior. The engineer needs to understand both sides well enough to connect them without losing reliability. That is the deepest shift after FD involvement. Accountability moves outward. The engineer is responsible for whether the customer outcome works in practice, not only for whether the internal system runs. Role comparison matters because it shows how different technical jobs optimize for different outcomes. The table separate product engineering, solutions engineering, consulting, and FD work by the metric they answer to, the boundary they own, and the way they can fail. A product engineer is judged by whether the feature ships and stays healthy in the codebase. A solutions engineer is judged by whether a customer can evaluate and integrate the product, while a consultant is judged by alignment and forward motion across stakeholders. An FD sits closer to the customer's live workflow, so the real measure is production use that also feeds learning back into the product. That overlap is why the role is hard to copy from any one adjacent job. Technical skill lets the FD build and adapt. Customer proximity reveals what actually breaks in the workflow, and accountability for adoption keeps the work from stopping at a polished demo or a one-off fix. Labor market sizing gets messy because the answer changes with the definition. The same field can look large or small depending on whether you count postings, people, or companies. A single market size number sounds tidy, but it usually blends different things together. Once you separate those measurements, the uncertainty becomes much easier to see. Each metric points to a different slice of demand. Postings show activity, headcount shows employment, open roles show vacancies, and company interest shows something broader than any one job ad. Once the measurements are separated, the comparison has to stay consistent. Otherwise, the numbers look precise while actually describing different parts of the market. Job postings are the easiest thing to count, but they are noisy. One role can appear several times, and reposts can make demand look larger than it really is. Headcount tells you how many people are employed right now, which is useful but incomplete. It does not capture turnover, and it misses roles that are open but never advertised broadly. Exact title searches are often too narrow. Many firms split the same work across nearby titles, so a strict title filter can leave a lot of relevant labor market out of the count. A company posting also reflects how that company wants to present itself. The wording may be shaped by branding, so the page can signal hiring intent without being a clean measurement device. That is why the method matters so much when you compare sources. If one search is narrow and another is broader, the resulting market size and growth rate can diverge sharply even when both are trying to measure the same field. The practical lesson for candidates is to search broadly and judge roles by the actual work, not just the title. That makes the job hunt more efficient and keeps good opportunities from hiding behind unfamiliar labels. A narrow search misses roles that fit your background under a different name. A simplistic evaluation misses the real trade-off between technical depth, customer work, product impact, and growth. The first question is how to find the right openings. The goal is to match on responsibility and environment, not just on a familiar title string. Title searches are useful, but they are only one filter. If you search for the tasks the role actually contains, you catch related positions that fit the same skill set. A candidate with the right background might fit jobs labeled applied AI engineer or customer engineer, even when the posting never says FD. The real signal is the combination of prototyping, deployment, and direct customer contact because that points to the same kind of hybrid work. Once the search is broader, the next step is building skills that transfer across many kinds of teams. These are the capabilities that keep showing up no matter where the engineer started. The strongest skills are the ones that matter whether someone came from product, infrastructure, research, or support. They help you bridge the gap between a technical system and a real customer need. That means listening for vague problems, untangling them, and turning them into something an engineer can actually build. It is part translation and part filtering because customers rarely describe the solution in engineering terms. In real deployments, the evidence is often partial. You need to follow symptoms from a hypothesis and keep moving even when the logs, the users, and the system state do not line up neatly. A model that works in isolation is not enough. The harder job is fitting it into the tools, habits, and constraints people already use every day. Documentation matters because it reduces confusion for both teams and customers. Clear writing also forces the engineer to be precise about assumptions, limitations, and next steps. That skill is about being honest about trade-offs while still protecting the quality of the technical decision. You explain what is feasible, what is risky, and what needs more evidence. Correct output is only part of the story. The better question is whether people actually use the system, change their workflow, and get value from it in practice. The same job title can hide very different realities, so the posting itself has to be read carefully. Weak descriptions often blur deployment work with tasks that do not lead to real ownership or impact. A posting can borrow the vocabulary of technical work while assigning something much looser underneath. The caution is to check whether the responsibilities actually match the label or whether the label is doing all the work. That pattern often means the role is mostly logistics or relationship management. Travel can be part of the job, but it should not replace substantive technical ownership. Customer contact is useful only if the engineer can also change the system. Without ownership of production, the work can become advisory instead of truly technical. That is often a sign that the role is more presentation than engineering. Demos matter, but they are not a substitute for building and shipping something that survives real use. Without access to the teams that own the product, the engineer may be blocked from making meaningful changes. A role like that can leave you responsible for outcomes without the tools to affect them. Success metrics should reveal whether the work changed behavior in the real world. If the posting never mentions adoption, workflow change, or production use, it is hard to know what success would even mean. A strong posting tells you what is broken now, what the engineer will change, how the result will be judged, and what the team wants to learn from the deployment. That clarity is a sign of a role with real technical scope and real accountability. The useful rule here is to trace FDE hiring back to adjacent careers, because that is where the supply really comes from. That changes how you think about scarcity and what a company can realistically hire. There is no single pipeline that produces FDEs on demand. The role is usually filled by people coming out of related paths, so the market works like a network of transfers rather than one training line. That is why the role feels tight, even when lots of capable people are nearby. Engineering skill alone is not enough. The person also has to handle customers well, make good deployment decisions, and carry product feedback back into the team. Once you think in those terms, competition between employers makes sense because everyone is recruiting from the same nearby pool. The real constraint is not just how many people want the job, but how many can be turned into deployment-ready FDEs. The bottleneck here is not just hiring volume. It is the mismatch between what companies need and how slowly the right talent can be trained. The rest of the section explains why FD demand keeps rising even when the role stays hard to staff. A temporary boom would fade when the market cools, but this pattern keeps coming back because enterprises keep trying to put AI into real workflows. The need rises quickly, while the supply of people who can both build and deploy with customers moves much more slowly. That bundle is rare because the job crosses several kinds of work at once. Technical ability matters, but so do conversation, organizational judgment, and political awareness when the requirements keep shifting and the customer's process is still being discovered. Title searches can mislead you because the same role shows up under many names. A responsible estimate has to separate true deployment work from generic AI engineering, or you end up counting the wrong jobs and missing the real ones. A good way to size the role is to ask whether one person has to work across all three layers. The value comes from moving between the technical design, the customer process, and the practical measurement of whether the deployment is actually working. At the model layer, the question is how the AI system is assembled. At the workflow layer, the question is how human and machine handoff work cleanly. At the operating layer, the question is whether the deployment gets used, improves outcomes, and feeds useful learning back into the product. That mix is what makes the role scarce. A strong FDE can speak like an engineer, think like a consultant, and spot the breakpoints in a customer's daily process before anyone else in the room does. A before and after comparison makes the role easier to see in practice. The point is to separate a promising demo from a deployment that actually changes how work gets done. Before and after is the right lens because the role exists to close the gap between a prototype and a working system. That gap is where most adoption problems live. Before FDE involvement, the AI idea may look good in a pilot, but fall apart when it meets messy inputs, policy constraints, or real approval chains. If the tool sits outside the actual workflow, people do not return to it. Afterward, the integration is shaped so the AI becomes part of the process instead of a side experiment. Then the team can measure real signs of value: speed, reliability, fewer escalations, and clearer product feedback about what should stay human and what could be automated. That is why demand holds up even when the hype cycle weakens. Enterprises are not buying a label. They're buying a change in process, and that kind of change touches permissions, data, behavior, and governance all at once. The next issue is supply. The market keeps reaching back to the same adjacent roles because very few people already have the full mix of skills needed for deployment work. Most FDEs come from neighboring jobs like back-end engineering, solutions architecture, consulting, or ML engineering. The hard part is that each background covers only part of the job. So moving into FDE work means filling real gaps in customer discovery, integration, and judgment under uncertainty. Companies can create demand quickly, but they cannot manufacture the right hybrid talent at the same speed. The role also gets misclassified internally, which makes staffing harder because different teams think they need different things, even though the overlap is the real job. There's a feedback loop too. Once one company uses FDEs to land bigger deals or unblock adoption, other firms copy the structure, and the competition for that narrow pool gets even tighter. When a role becomes hard to source through normal channels, recruiting itself starts to specialize. That usually means the market has moved past general hiring and into a more fragmented matching system. Specialized marketplaces and talent firms appear when companies need help finding people with a very specific blend of skills. Their growth is a sign that the role has become common enough to matter, but unusual enough that standard sourcing no longer works well. That changes how candidates find openings. The best roles may come through a recruiter, a founder, an investor network, or a niche marketplace, which means the job market for this work is spreading across several different matching paths. The statistics need careful reading because postings and compensation can be easy to misinterpret. The next few lines separate the signal from the labels. A big posting growth number tells you momentum is real, but it does not define the category cleanly. Job labels can overcount some roles and miss others, so the useful conclusion is about expansion, not the exact percentage. Compensation also needs careful comparison. Base salary is only the fixed cash part, while total compensation includes equity, bonus, and sometimes sign-on awards, so headline figures can look very different depending on what the company chooses to emphasize. A checklist helps prevent false comparisons. The important question is not just whether the title sounds right, but whether the role truly involves deployment, customer ownership, and production responsibility. Each line in a posting tells you something different. Title and customer ownership show how close you will be to users. Compensation terms stop you from comparing the wrong numbers, and deployment plus governance language reveal whether the company wants demo work or production work. Search strategy matters because the market is fragmented across many titles. A broad search catches more of the real opportunities than looking for one acronym alone. The safest approach is to search for the function as well as the acronym. That gives you a better chance of finding roles that do the same work under different names. This is the most direct label, and it usually points to work that sits close to a customer deployment. It is the clear starting keyword, but it should never be the only one you use. This version often signals a more engineering-heavy deployment role. It usually suggests a strong build component alongside customer-facing work. This title can capture people building AI into real products, but it may also include broader model work. The deciding question is whether the job is tied to a customer deployment or just an internal development. That wording often points to technical customer work, especially where the product needs tailoring before it can land in production. It can be a good proxy for deployment-heavy responsibilities. This title usually puts the customer relationship front and center. It often means the person is expected to help design, install, or troubleshoot the technical path into production. Resident engineer roles tend to imply deep embedding with the customer team. That is often a strong signal that the work is hands-on, contextual, and tied closely to adoption. This label often sits near post-sale support and technical ownership. It can be a strong match when the company expects someone to keep the deployment healthy after the sale closes. Deployment language usually means the company cares about getting the system into the real operating environment. That is a useful keyword when you want production responsibility rather than pure experimentation. This phrasing often captures a hybrid role. Enough engineering depth to change the platform, plus enough customer contact to understand what actually breaks in practice. It is a strong signal that the job sits between internal engineering and field delivery. The exact title mix changes fast, so live listings matter more than old examples. The company names mentioned here show the range of labels in circulation, but the common thread is always the same: bringing AI into production with the customer at the center. When companies evaluate candidates, they usually scan for a few practical markers. The question is not whether someone has done one perfect job before. It is whether they already show signs of being able to ship, work with users, and stay effective under uncertainty. These three signals tell a hiring team a lot. Production shipping proves execution. Customer contact proves communication and discovery. And comfort with uncertainty proves the person can keep moving when the answer is not obvious yet. Very few people arrive with the full bundle already perfect. The strongest profiles usually combine two of these strengths, and the most demanding companies want all three because the role has so many moving parts. The practical issue is not just scarcity in the applicant pool. It is that the role compresses several former jobs into one, which raises the bar for every hire. What used to be separate handoffs now sits inside one person's scope. That faster loop is valuable, but it also means the FD has to absorb more context and make more judgment calls than a standard role would require. When a hiring manager says the role is hard to fill, that usually means the search is reaching across engineering, workflow design, and customer discovery all at once. The scarcity comes from that overlap, not from a lack of openings alone. The deepest point is economic, not just recruiting related. Companies are trying to convert adjacent technical talent into deployment talent that can change a customer workflow in production, and the speed of that conversion is what limits the market. Offer negotiation matters because the role only works if the company is serious about the scope, pay, and support around the conversion problem. The real question is not just how much money is on the table, but whether the package matches the responsibility and lets you succeed in the job. A large number can hide a weak role, and a smaller package can still be the better choice if it gives you room to learn and stay effective. The point is to evaluate the whole setup: base pay, ownership, growth, and whether the work environment fits the kind of engineer you want to become. Before comparing compensation, it helps to understand how many roles exist and what they actually look like. Posting counts can be noisy because of duplicates, stealth hiring, and vague titles, but the trend still tells you something important. More companies are hiring people who combine deployment, customer work, and feedback into one role. Two jobs can sound similar and still sit in very different seniority bands. When the title is fuzzy, you need to infer the real scope from the team, the customer exposure, and the amount of technical ownership, because that is what should shape your negotiation. The market is wider than one title. Some roles are founder-like and customer-embedded, while others are closer to platform delivery or applied AI deployment. That range is exactly why broad searching helps first. Once you see the pattern, you can compare roles by responsibility and leverage instead of by label alone. Compensation looks straightforward until the mix of cash and equity starts hiding the real value. The goal here is to separate what you can count on from what only looks large on paper. Base salary gives you the cleanest comparison because it is immediate and predictable. Bonus and equity can make two offers look similar, even when the practical value is very different. Equity-heavy offers are where people get tripped up because stock can be hard to value, slow to vest, and impossible to use before liquidity. For an FD, that matters a lot, since the role often sits close to customer outcomes, and companies may lean on long-dated upside instead of cash. Before you compare headline numbers, force the offer into concrete terms. These questions expose whether the equity is real value or just a shiny label. The printed grant value depends on assumptions, and those assumptions matter. If the number comes from a recent valuation or a stale one, the same share count can mean very different things. Vesting tells you when the equity actually becomes yours. A big grant with slow vesting is worth much less in the short term than a smaller grant that arrives sooner. A cliff means you may get nothing if you leave too early, even though the grant looks large. That detail changes the risk a lot, especially if you're weighing two offers with different levels of uncertainty. Refresh grants matter because they show whether the company expects to keep rewarding performance over time. Without them, the first grant may be carrying all the long-term value, which is not always a fair trade for the role. Liquidity is the question behind the equity number. A path to public markets or acquisition can make stock meaningful much sooner than a company that expects to stay private for years. This is the practical test. If you cannot turn the shares into usable value before you leave, then the grant may matter far less than the headline suggests. A simple heuristic helps when the offer chart starts looking too flattering. Instead of counting every dollar of equity at face value, discount it based on how likely you are to actually realize that value. The formula is just a decision tool. Start with cash, then add only the portion of equity you believe is realistically usable. A lower liquidity discount means you trust that equity more. A higher discount means you treat it as uncertain. The point is not to pretend this gives a precise answer. It gives you a disciplined way to compare offers without letting printed equity values do all the work for you. If one offer has solid base pay and equity near a likely liquidity event, while another leans on later, riskier stock, the richer-looking package may not actually be richer. That is why the same total comp number can hide very different outcomes. These are the questions that turn a vague offer into something you can compare rationally. They also keep the negotiation focused on cash, timing, and risk instead of optimism. Cash gives you flexibility, vesting tells you when value arrives, liquidity tells you whether that value can be used, and scope tells you whether the role is being paid fairly. For FD candidates, that last question matters because mission can be genuine while still masking weak pay discipline. Level changes the whole economics of a role. A founding FD title is not just about doing the work. It is about how much judgment, uncertainty, and role definition the company expects you to carry. The pay difference often reflects the kind of responsibility being bought, not just the amount of labor. When a company asks for a founding FD, it is paying for someone who can make decisions in unclear situations and shape the role while performing it. That higher value makes sense because the company is usually bundling several expectations into one person. It wants product execution, customer-facing work, and someone who can convert what customers say into useful product direction. The first expectation is technical speed. You need to be able to change the product quickly enough that customer feedback can turn into something real. The second expectation is frontline contact. That means handling real customer conversations, seeing how the product behaves in practice, and adapting without a long chain of handoffs. The third expectation is interpretation. Good customer pain is not just a complaint. It becomes evidence that helps the team decide what to build, fix, or prioritize next. A vague posting can leave you guessing about which part of the job matters most. A founding FDE role usually makes the trade clear. Less structure, more autonomy, and more pressure to help invent the playbook, which is why the package or progression can be stronger. That question gets closer to the real negotiation. A senior role inside an established FDE motion may be steadier, while a founder-like role building the motion from scratch can pay more or carry more risk, and those are not the same offer. This vignette shows the practical difference an FD can make in the field, not just a better demo, but a smoother path from pilot to real production use. The important part is the handoff, because that is where many promising products fail. A demo can look successful while the customer's real process still falls apart. Missing fields, awkward output formats, and a rollout team that cannot explain the slowdown are all signs that the product fits the pitch better than the workflow. An FD adds the missing machinery around the model so the customer can actually use it day to day. That means adapting the output, catching bad cases before they reach downstream systems, and feeding real failure patterns back to the product team, so the same fixes do not have to be rebuilt for every account. The business value sits in that conversion from interest to durable usage. If the role description does not make that explicit, the right question is how success will be measured, because the metrics should reflect adoption, retention, and the amount of implementation work removed from the path. Search terms, skill signals, and posting red flags all matter here because the title alone can hide very different jobs. The goal is to match the real work, not just the name on the posting. The market rarely uses one clean title for this kind of work. A useful search has to include the nearby labels companies use when the role is customer-facing, technical, and deployment-heavy. This is the most direct label, but it is only one entry point. Some firms use it precisely, while others avoid it entirely even when the work is very similar. This version usually signals a stronger engineering emphasis. When that full title appears, it often tells you the role is closer to building and shipping than a pure support. That title often hides similar work under an AI label. It can point to model adaptation, deployment, or customer workflow tuning rather than research-only work. This one is often close to the customer boundary. Sometimes it is highly technical, and sometimes it leans more toward pre-sales, so the description matters more than the title itself. That title usually means the engineer sits near the customer's problems. The important question is whether the person is still expected to change systems or mainly explain them. Deployment is the clue in that title. It suggests the job is about getting AI into a real environment, not just demonstrating a model in a notebook. That could be a serious technical role, but it can also be mostly relationship management. Read the verbs carefully to see whether the person owns software changes or only adoption support. Implementation usually points to getting a product working for a specific customer. The strongest versions of this role require real systems judgment, not just onboarding steps. Residents suggest the engineer is placed close to one account or site. That often means deep context, direct customer interaction, and responsibility for making the solution stick. This is the clearest warning sign that sales is part of the motion. It may still need strong technical skill, but the role can tilt toward persuasion and deal support. The overlap matters because companies are solving similar problems with different org charts and different naming habits. Once you see the family resemblance, you can search more broadly without confusing every title for the same job. A live posting tells you far more than the company name does. One role may be heavy on product shaping, another on implementation, another on enterprise rollout, and those differences change both compensation and the skills that get rewarded. The title, the experience bar, and the pay language together tell you how the company values the seat. A senior-sounding role with vague pay terms is very different from a posting that clearly spells out the level and the band. That phrase usually means the engineer is expected to work close to the account and understand the customer's environment from the inside. Deployment language points to getting software into real use, which is very different from building a demo or a prototype that never leaves the lab. Production tells you the work has real operational consequences. A candidate should expect reliability, maintenance, and failure modes to matter. Evaluations often show up when the job involves measuring model quality, testing workflows, or deciding whether an AI system is fit for use. That phrase usually means the engineer is adapting software to fit how people actually work, which often requires both technical and operational judgment. Enterprise adoption signals scale, many users, real process constraints, and a need to make the product work inside a large organization. That language often means the role is part engineering and part trusted advisor. The key question is whether the person can still make concrete changes to the system. On-site usually means the customer relationship is central, not occasional. It can also imply faster feedback loops and more direct responsibility for outcomes. Implementation is one of the clearest signs that the job is about turning a product into a working customer solution. That usually requires both technical fluency and follow-through. The best applicants usually combine engineering ability, customer discovery, and deployment judgment. When those three travel together, the person can handle both the technical problem and the human one. Product and systems fluency means you can move the system, not only talk about it. Employers want someone who can debug, adapt, and ship changes when the customer's environment demands it. Customer discovery is about getting past the first request. Often the visible ask is not the real problem, and the engineer who can uncover that earns a lot of trust. Deployment judgment is the ability to separate a temporary fix from a durable one. A good engineer can tell when speed is acceptable and when the shortcut will break under real load or real users. Those phrases usually expose the operating model behind the title. They tell you the role is not isolated coding. It sits between the product, the customer, and the deployment environment. A posting from one company can imply a much higher bar than the same title at another company. The real comparison comes from the scope, the customer exposure, and the explicit level signals, not from the title alone. Some postings are informative, and some are vague by design. The red flags usually show up where the title sounds impressive, but the actual authority and engineering scope are missing. A senior label without decision rights often means the company wants the status of seniority without giving the actual leverage that should come with it. If the comp leans on equity, the details matter. Vesting schedule, refresh grants, and dilution risk all change the real value of the package. That combination often means the role is closer to support or account management than to engineering. If no technical ownership is described, the title may be doing more work than the job. AI by itself is not enough. Without deployment language, model adaptation, or operational ownership, the role may not involve the kind of technical work you actually want. That is the role to be careful with. If the job mostly supports deals and demos, the technical depth, growth path, and compensation structure can look very different from an engineering seat. Negotiation works best when the goal is clarity, not combat. The point is to make the offer accurate and fair while protecting the relationship you may need later. A specific posture keeps the discussion grounded in facts, role scope, compensation structure, and expectations. When you treat the company as a future partner rather than an opponent, you get better information and a cleaner offer. A prepared script helps you ask for the right details without sounding defensive. It gives the conversation a calm structure, so the other side knows exactly what needs to be clarified. That wording does two jobs at once. It signals genuine interest, and it forces the discussion to cover the full package instead of hiding everything inside one number. Once the offer is unpacked, you can tell whether the title matches the work. You also learn whether the role is truly broad and founder-like, or whether it is a more defined operator seat with tighter boundaries. Vagueness usually means the important decisions have not been fully settled. General follow-up questions can expose whether the company has a real structure behind the offer or only a rough idea. That question tells you whether the company has already placed the role in a clear band. If the level is still open, the rest of the offer may also be flexible. Equity often reveals how the company thinks about the role. A standard grant suggests a normal slot in the org. A customized grant can mean the work is unusually broad or unusually important. Role quality is not only about salary or stock. If the job requires customer visits or hands-on deployment, the practical budget matters because it shows whether the company is funding the work properly. Ownership boundaries matter because they define autonomy. If the role has clear decision rights, you can act quickly. If every choice routes through another team, the job becomes much less effective. That is the deeper issue behind all the compensation questions. An FD with real autonomy can move between customers and product teams and turn repeated pain into reusable insight, while a role with no room to decide often collapses into reactive support. Read offers by separating guaranteed cash from uncertain upside and by separating real authority from title inflation. That lens matters because the same package can look generous on paper while asking you to carry very different risk and responsibility. Start with 4 questions. What is fixed? What depends on equity? How much decision-making power comes with the role? And how much field work or customer deployment you're expected to absorb? Those 4 pieces tell you far more than a single salary number. Private company equity should be treated as speculative until there is evidence that it will convert into value. A vague title can hide a lower level or less scope than it sounds like, and real customer impact should show up in production outcomes, not polished slides. That is why the negotiation is about more than price. It reveals how much the company values the people who sit closest to the customer and make deployment actually work, which is often where the hardest problems show up. A headline offer can hide weak economics underneath. So the next step is to test every claim against the actual structure of the package. The numbers matter, but the terms behind the numbers matter even more. Salary claims around FD roles need a skeptical read because growth headlines can hide very different jobs and very different pay bands. The point here is to separate fast-growing demand from a much messier question of what these roles actually are. A big growth number tells you the category is getting attention, but it does not tell you the full story. It may mix real hiring with title inflation, and it says nothing about whether one posting is a high-skill engineering role while another is mostly a customer-facing support job. That is why labor market counts can become misleading very quickly. When one bucket includes technical builders, pre-sales staff, post-sales implementers, and account-facing roles, the total looks large, but the jobs inside that total do not behave like a single occupation. Compensation numbers disagree because they are often measuring different slices of the market. The goal here is to separate those slices so a large headline figure does not get mistaken for the pay someone actually receives in a typical role. A range like $350,000 to $750,000 can reflect a very specific market. Senior talent, strong equity, and often expensive hiring hubs. A much lower median base may be looking at a broader population, so the two numbers can both be credible while describing different groups. That first kind of source is usually narrow. It focuses on the roles where competition is intense and equity packages can push the headline number much higher than the cash salary alone. The broader view smooths out those extremes. Once you include more firms, more locations, and more junior levels, the central number drops because it starts reflecting the full market, not just the top end. This difference matters even before you look at geography or seniority. Total compensation adds bonus and equity, while base salary is just the fixed cash part, so the same job can look very different depending on which measure you use. Posted ranges are another source of confusion. A company may advertise a wide band for compliance or recruiting purposes, but the actual offer often lands somewhere narrower and depends on the candidate and the team. Compensation works like a bundle, not a single number. When you separate base pay from the rest, you can finally compare offers that are built in very different ways, instead of mixing cash, future equity, and one-time payments into the same pile. AI roles make this especially easy to misread because equity can carry most of the headline value. One offer may have a strong base with little upside, while another looks bigger on paper because future equity is doing the heavy lifting, so the structure matters as much as the number. Job titles like FD can point to very different roles once you look at the company model behind them. The real task here is learning how to read past the title and compare the work, the customer exposure, and the compensation structure. The useful comparison starts by separating the label from the actual work. A candidate can hear one title and assume one standard role, when the day-to-day reality may be very different. A frontier lab often pays with a heavier equity mix because the upside is tied to company growth. A hyperscaler usually frames the role around enterprise adoption and rollout, while a mature enterprise software company tends to reward base pay and bonus more than huge upside. Same broad family, but three different operating models. That difference comes from how the company makes money and where the role sits in the product cycle. If the operating model changes, the incentives change with it. Two postings can share a title and still ask for different kinds of execution, customer contact, and technical depth. One may lean toward model-to-workflow translation and internal coordination, while another expects production software delivery in messy real-world settings. Reading the posting line by line is what keeps you from overgeneralizing from the name. Title, location, and company tier together tell you a lot about what a posting really signals. The aim here is to read those signals carefully before treating any number or label as fixed truth. A single posting can be misleading on its own, so the better habit is to compare several at once. That makes it easier to separate the role description from the broader market pattern and avoid overreacting to one example. A title like this points to a very technical role that sits close to customers, not a pure research seat. The city name usually means the job expects some in-person or hybrid presence. And if compensation is listed, the important step is to split base pay, bonus, and equity before comparing it to anything else. That wording usually combines software engineering with deployment work in front of customers. The signal leans toward production systems, implementation, and customer-facing delivery, while the pay structure often looks different from Frontier Lab because the upside is tied more to enterprise work than to lab-style equity. Titles like Solution Architect, AI Specialist, or Forward Deployed Engineer usually point to rollout and adoption rather than research. The experience bar often rewards cloud architecture, deployment patterns, and customer communication, and the compensation mix tends to be steadier, with more weight on base and bonus than on large equity grants. That pattern is the useful part. Once you read those three signals together, you can tell whether a posting is about research-adjacent model work, customer deployment, enterprise integration, or some mix of the three. Salary numbers are only useful when you know where they came from. A quick check of the source, timing, level, and compensation structure keeps you from treating a noisy number like a reliable market signal. Start with a simple habit. Do not react to the number until you know what kind of claim it is. These four checks separate a real market pattern from a cherry-picked anecdote. Source tells you how much confidence to put in the number, and sample size tells you how much weight it should carry. Date and company tier matter just as much because compensation changes fast and a frontier lab is not priced like a smaller vendor. Those first four catch the biggest distortions, but they're not enough on their own. Two more details usually decide whether the headline number is genuinely comparable or just stretched to look larger. Level is about whether the title really matches the seniority implied by the pay band. Comp structure is the other trap. A large headline can hide equity that is a liquid, delayed, or much less certain than base salary. When the details are unclear, the number still tells you something, but not enough to build a decision around. Use it as a hint, then keep looking for cleaner comparisons before you believe the claim. Job postings need the same skepticism because a title can sound precise while the role itself stays vague. Strong signals are concrete requirements like enterprise deployment, customer ownership, evaluation, security, compliance, and a salary range that stand apart from bonus and equity. When those details are missing, the job is often still being shaped. Title fragmentation changes how the market is measured. The same job can appear under several labels. so the name on the posting often hides the real size of the role family. A search that uses only one label will miss a lot of relevant openings. Companies choose titles to match their own priorities, so the wording can reflect branding, sales, or delivery rather than the actual work. That creates a bad signal for job seekers. If the search is too narrow, the market looks smaller than it really is, and the patterns you think you're seeing may be distorted. The search has to follow the work, not just the exact title in your head. Broad keyword coverage captures more of the same role family across different companies. This is the most direct label, but it is only one version of a role. Some firms use it exactly, while others use a nearby title with a slightly different emphasis. This version usually signals a stronger software engineering framing. The work can still be customer-facing and implementation-heavy, even if the title sounds more technical. This title often shows up when a company wants to stress practical AI use inside a product context. It may describe the same deployment-adjacent work without using the forward-deployed label. This label points toward adoption and implementation, not just building models or shipping code. The strategic part usually means the role sits close to the customer problem. Solutions engineering often sits at the boundary between product and customer need. In practice, that can involve demos, integrations, and helping a sale move forward. A customer engineer usually works directly with clients to make the technology succeed in real use. The label emphasizes support and technical guidance in the field. This wording can be broader and less standardized, but the customer-facing part is the clue. It usually means technical work that happens close to adoption, not inside a pure research track. Deployment here is the important signal. The role is about getting AI into use, which can include setup, integration, and making the system work in a live environment. A technical account manager often carries both relationship responsibility and technical depth. When AI is added to the title, the role may blend customer success with implementation work. Field engineering usually means being close to the customer environment. Adding ML or Gen AI tells you the same field-oriented work is being applied to AI systems. That wider net matters because real markets do not organize themselves around one neat label. The same underlying job shows up with different language depending on the company's structure and audience. For market sizing, the task is classification. You want to group postings by the kind of work being done, then separate that category from nearby roles that sound similar but serve a different function. The point of this role is not the title or the pay band. It is the change it creates in a real customer workflow. The useful question is whether the system becomes more reliable, more measurable, and easier to run after the FDE steps in. Compensation can get people talking, but it does not tell you what the role actually changes. The real value shows up when a rough prototype starts behaving like something a customer can depend on. Before that involvement, a pilot often looks promising but falls apart under real use. Prompts drift, retrieval quality varies, approvals are manual, and a handoff from sales to engineering leaves gaps that nobody owns. Once the role is working well, the change should be visible in how the system runs day to day. The workflow becomes steadier, the ownership becomes clearer, and the team can measure whether the product is actually improving. The first shift is stability at the point of use. People are no longer improvising how to invoke the model or agent. There is a repeatable path that reduces friction and prevents avoidable mistakes. The next shift is deciding which steps belong to automation and which belong to people. Good design makes approval and escalation points explicit, so the system can act quickly without losing control where judgment is needed. Deployment also becomes more disciplined when it is tied to tests. Instead of trusting scattered success stories, the team uses task-specific evaluations to see whether the system is actually better on the work that matters. The product team should also start hearing concrete failure modes from real use. Latency, cost, missing controls, and awkward interfaces are exactly the kinds of signals that help the next version of the product improve. A good interview question shifts attention away from storytelling and toward evidence. The stronger answer describes the problem, the change that was made, the production metric that moved, and the lesson the product team carried forward. That before and after comparison is the right lens for the role. A prototype becomes useful only when it has defined inputs and outputs, human review where needed, monitoring for failure, and a path for the organization to learn from real-world breakage. Credible evidence sounds concrete. Less manual review, higher task completion, fewer errors, more active use, and fewer escalations after launch. Those numbers tell a much better story than vague claims about transformation. Those examples hide a few technical ideas that matter in practice. It helps to name them clearly because they explain why the role affects product quality rather than just shipping demos. That means the full stack around the model: retrieval, tools, orchestration, guardrails, logging, and the user interface. The FD is often shaping how those pieces fit together, so the model can be used reliably in a real product. This is the division of labor between automation and people. The important design question is when a system should act on its own, when a human should review the result, and where escalation should happen. Here the team uses measured tests to decide whether the system is truly improving the task. That keeps decisions grounded in evidence instead of intuition or a few good demos. When a system can take actions for a user, reliability is not enough by itself. You also need controls, monitoring, auditability, and clear failure handling so the agent behaves in a way the business can trust. The job search changes once you stop reading titles at face value. What matters is the work behind the title, because that tells you which roles are worth your time and which ones are only similar in name. A title can hide a lot of variation, especially in fast-moving AI roles. Start broad enough to catch the whole family of positions, then narrow by the tasks, tools, and level of responsibility that match your goals. The strongest postings give clues about the real environment, not just a polished label. Those clues tell you whether the job is closer to deployment, evaluation, automation, or cross-team work. That language points to work that reaches real users and real systems. It usually means the person needs to handle rollout, integration, and the practical issues that come with production customers. When a posting talks about evaluation or testing, the role likely involves proving that a model works, not just building it. You want to know whether they measure quality, compare versions, and check failure modes. That usually means connecting steps into a usable system. The job may focus less on a single model and more on the plumbing that moves data, triggers actions, and keeps the process reliable. Those words matter because they show the team is dealing with risk and oversight. In practice, that often means access controls, auditability, policy checks, and careful handling of sensitive data. Cross-functional work suggests the role sits between technical work and business needs. Someone in that position has to translate requirements, explain trade-offs, and keep different teams aligned. The absence of detail can be just as informative as the presence of it. Weak postings often hide the real scope, the real ownership, or the real compensation structure. If the duties stay vague, you cannot tell whether the work ever reaches users. That makes it hard to judge whether the role is hands-on engineering, internal experimentation, or something much less concrete. An impressive title means little if the ownership is unclear. You need to know what decisions you make, what systems you touch, and where your responsibility starts and ends. Compensation should be readable at a glance. If base pay, bonus, and equity are blended together, it becomes much harder to compare offers or understand what is guaranteed. A real posting explains the actual tools, systems, and model setup. When the word AI is doing all the work, the company may be selling a story instead of describing a job. Strong roles define what happens after the first release. If there is no metric, no adoption target, and no feedback loop, the team may not know what good performance looks like. That is the practical habit to build. Inspect the work, then inspect the pay. Once you train yourself to read both, you can separate serious roles from polished labels very quickly. Salary numbers in this market are real, but they depend on source, level, geography, and the way compensation is packaged. The point here is to separate a hot headline from a reliable estimate. A 700% growth figure tells you demand is rising, not that every similar role pays six figures. Good judgment means asking who collected the data, when it was collected, how large the sample was, and which company tiers are included. It also means splitting base pay from total compensation and reading the title for the actual scope of work. That habit keeps one flashy statistic from doing too much work, and it sets up the real market question, where these roles are concentrated and how location still changes pay and opportunity.